Great, how's everyone doing? I am back. I keep dipping the damn title intro because obviously I can't use the login screen since the fucking queue times. I have to like pre-log in a few minutes earlier, and then use like a YouTube video for the title screen music as my starting of the stream. Blah, 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 blah. Right. Check. Cool. Right. So, side quests. So yesterday we told Vinar, Emmett, basically we told them the entirety of our history. And Emmett, Spatty's dummy, refused to believe that he turned into a madman and walked out. Hythodius followed after him. Vinar says, believe in him. He'll come round eventually. If Hythodius believes in him, then we should too. And then we've come outside and we're basically trying to track down info on anything that can help us, basically. At the moment, we're focusing our questioning of the people here on Hermes and Meteor? Mitri, I forget. Mitri, something like that. Get that name. But yeah, we're trying to figure out what the exactly. Some people. Right, where was I? Yeah, so we're trying to find out more about what exactly she is as an Entelechy, and hopefully find more info about Dynamis. So yeah, we're busy questioning all of the Hermes' colleagues that work here. But, side quests. check the volume on that. Naughty little ones. The calm observer's colleague has been gone too long. May I ask a favour? A colleague of mine from the Thalassae is overdue to make his report, and I need someone to give him a gentle nudge. He's currently over at Rumination's Ramble, observing some life forms newly hatched from one of our creations. But I'm afraid I'll skew the data if I show up and startle them. Familiar like you, however, should cause much less of a disruption. Would you be so kind? Wait, how far have I got to go? No, not that far. Not that far. Let's have a good stream of the. I was in a very meh mood again. I was in one yesterday, but I ended up streaming them as well. One of these days I'll just be like, meh! And actually not. Zephyros 72. Is that supposed to be something? I'm trying to think of something that we've either thought or seen in the past. Huh. A familiar. Can I help you with something? Oh, the time to head back, is it? I was so enraptured watching the young ones frolic that I lost track of time. Come, come, everyone. We really must be going. Still want to play, do you? I guess we shall have to appeal to your bellies, then. Would you like to try feeding them? They become much more compliant after eating some of these treats, and they're so adorable when they nibble. There? Alright, there's some more over there. Ah, there's a few of them. Okay, I only spotted the one. A bag full of bugs and shellfish for the young Zephyros 72s. So is this the 72nd version of this creation, is it? I'm guessing you can get this as a minion. Da, 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 da. I keep trying to dash because I'm now doing side quests as my paladin. And I've been playing the Reaper that long. I keep instinctively trying to dash everywhere. Isn't it fun watching them romp around? It's calmed down after eating its fill. They really seem to like you. Do you work with young ones often? These babies are aquatic creatures by nature, but we're modifying them to adapt to life on land. They mostly eat marine insects and shellfish, and some of the larger carnivores feed off of them in turn. They also carry their eggs on their backs until they're ready to hatch. Fascinating, aren't they? Ah, but that's not why you're here, is it? I really must head back. There's no Aether current quest here as well. I must still be going to be here for quite some time because there's still 3 quest-related occurrences and 1 in the environment that I can't get to. It's where is it? Okay, I can't see it from here, but it's up above on a higher plane. Up that way. Na 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 na. Do, 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 do. I'm still trying to read this book. My final 14 encyclopedia books that I've had for years. Well, I wouldn't say years. I've had them a year or 2 now, and I'm still yet to sit and read them. Like I said, I've read like the first 20 pages of the first one. I keep like lying down in bed with the intent of reading them, and I just keep getting distracted by YouTube. Thank you for fetching my associate. If you hadn't been sent to fetch me, I might have been out there for days. In any case, it's only a matter of time before our creations are approved for release into the wild. I wonder what name they'll receive. Thank you for all your help today. Here, as thanks. I'm trying to think of what those little critters are supposed to be. Da, 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 da. 1 second. And ban that. I know that's a fucking bot already because it's got fucking Strom in the name. Meaningful measurement. An IO surveyor searching for an assistant. Would you assist me, familiar? As I'm sure you're aware, the floating islands of Elpis were created to provide suitable habitats for our various creations. In order to maintain their respective environments, however, surveyors such as myself must make regular assessments of their ethereal composition. To that end, I was planning to take samples from the Millennium habitat with my partner, but it seems he's had an urgent engagement. Something about an unscheduled meeting with a member of the Convocation of 14, Emmett. Though I'm now faced with handling this rather grueling task alone, waiting until he returns is simply not an option. As I said, it's important to gather data at regular, specific intervals. And thus, I'm requesting your help. So what do you say? Would you be willing to accompany me in place of my partner? Certainly. Many thanks. I'll be sure to reward you for your efforts. Right, let's hurry along then. We'll need to make our way to the south. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Hopefully the video's alright. I wish I had checked the original VOD, like because the VOD that I exported from Twitch yesterday, it looked rough on YouTube, but I'm just like, meh, it's on there, you can see it. Cutscenes aren't rough, it's just like when I'm running around like during these moments. There's like so much foliage and that it makes the video get a bit rough looking. But I'm curious how it compared, like the YouTube video once it had been fully uploaded. I'm curious how it had compared to the original from the live stream on Twitch. Da, 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 da. Fine. Ah, no wonder. Leap now. Isle Surveyor. The rocks in this area contain ore that can tell us about the environmental ether. We'll have to break them apart with destructive magics to collect the necessary samples. You may find that difficult with your inherent limitations, but I have a little something to help with that. Here, use this concept crystal to shatter an outcrop of rock, then bring any ore fragments back to me. Start in the east if you would. I'll start working elsewhere and we can meet back here. Meow. Hey, Quantum, you just finished it. Nice! I've had a look at the quest list. I've still got quite a few to go. I'm definitely more than halfway. I'm about 2/3 done. This crystal allows even the most ether-poor creatures to cast destructive spells. Fire in the hole! A chunk of ore from Calamelius Zephyrus that is particularly useful in measuring environmental Son of a... Let's kill this one as well. That's right next to where one spawns. Sweet. How did you fare? Excellent. This should give me all the information I need. Let's head back, shall we? I must still have I was saying before there, I must still be gonna be in this area for quite a while, because it's given us a bunch of side quests here, but there's no Aether Current quest. Unless it's going to be a case of I'll do these side quests, I'll speak to Hydeland for the next story, and then it's going to be immediately like, here's a bunch more. Because I've still got 3 quest-related Aether Currents and 1 that's somewhere in the environment. It's somewhere on one of the higher planes. The last one. But I'm still be going to be here for quite some time. Thank you. Without your aid, I wouldn't have been able to properly observe how the introduction of melanoi has affected their habitats here. It's important to keep careful track of the environments here to make any necessary adjustment. The terrain, the flora, even everything that makes up the habitats must be meticulously controlled to fit each subject under observation. Though I applaud my partner's enthusiasm for learning at the foot of a convocation member, we cannot neglect these fundamentals, albeit tedious, facets of our work. Alright, and that just leaves the 3 off 4 there. 3. And then, like I say, I'll probably speak to Heidler, then she'll immediately after give us a bunch more side quests. To name a tale. A troubled taxonomist is having second thoughts. Perfect timing, familiar. I have a favour to ask. It is my job to name the creations brought to us, but I can't seem to decide on one for this particular concept. It may be because I'm the one who designed it. It's a species of plant which I intended as a gift for my love. A clear conflict of interests, unfortunately. My names are always fair and logical and perfectly suited to the creations, but this time I'm not so sure. I do have a name for it, but what if it's not suitable? What if it's too personal? I thought of discussing the matter with my associates, but my dilemma is far too embarrassing. Would you ask if what they think the name is, whether the name is appropriate in my stead? Don't worry, I wouldn't expect you to work without recompense. This is the creation, a yellow pansy. The name I have in mind is Mythos. A new type of flower with large yellow petals. Mythos. Beep, 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 beep. Got your plans now, Cotton, now that you finished it. Unsub, move on. The end! Familiar. Do you need something? Flowers. Flower. It's beautiful. And it smells so lovely. Is it for me? Oh. You just want to know if the name is suitable, do you? Have you tried asking Isis? Hyperborea? No one knows as much about naming as them. Here's a guidebook on the subject. Take it with you and let your master decide what to do from there. This tome contains all sorts of fascinating information about Isis, Hyperborea's naming protocols. Okay. You pre-ordered the encyclopedias? Nice! Yes, what is it? They're both females that were given these flowers to. Are we actually doling our flowers to two people he likes? Is that going to be the twist of this quest? My, what a pretty flower. And you said it was called Mythos. A fine name. Many flowers are named with a special feeling in mind. For going by what you've told me, this one is in good company. How did it go? What did everyone think of the name? I see. Well, that is good to know. I won't be needing this guidebook, of course, so I can very well ask myself for my thoughts. So it's his own book. Or perhaps I should. It wouldn't hurt to have some confidence in my work, I do, after all. As I created this flower, I thought of my beloved, an artist, who and the stories she seeks to tell through her plays. My hope is that, much like a myth or legend, her work is told and retold down through the ages, hence mythos. Or mythos. I've decided. I'll keep the name and submit it to the Bureau of the Architect. Thank you for your help. 2 to go. And then I'll get 1,000,000 more. What is a name? What is a map? Melgros has a request for you. You're familiar, aren't you? Perfect timing. A pair of researchers are scheduled to arrive today from Amarot, and I need you to collect their concepts from them. We've completed assessments of their creations, you see, and must make preparations to officially register the designs with the Bureau of the Architect. Please make sure to also ask for any provisional names they might have for their works. But like, just down here, can you do it yourself? I wonder what sort of mount you can get in this expansion. Oh. You made that. Can I help you? Of course, you wish to collect my concept. It's the creature I have with me. It doesn't have a proper name as such. From what I hear, the observers have been calling it Noto 642. Nod to the island it resides on. Right, well, I'll trust you to put this in Megalagros' hands. Na 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 na. Well, you created the little rock wall thing. And who might you be? Ah, you're here for my concept. Well, here it is in the flesh. It's called the Stone Wall. It secretes a fluid that eats through solid rock, giving it the ability to burrow into even the hardest terrain. It can also toughen its skin by ingesting the rock it has liquefied. Based upon those traits, I humbly request that it be given a good, strong name. not going to give us the creation, you're just going to walk away with it? Okay. You brought the concept I asked for? This creation concept has been certified for release into the wider world. Very good. And did you ask for the provisional names? The Stone Mall and Noto 642. And the mall's creator requested that it have a powerful sounding name. Some researchers do become quite attached to their creations, don't they? It may seem inconsequential, but the appropriate naming of concept is of the utmost importance. Allow me to explain. Once it's been determined that a creation is beneficial to the star, we can proceed with registering the creation's design, the creator's design with the Bureau of the Architect. First, however, the approved concepts must receive their official names, and as a taxonomist, it is my task to bestow them. When naming, one must strive for elegance and simplicity, all the while taking care to adhere to existing conventions and avoid repetition. The more creations we name, the more difficult it becomes to maintain this high standard. It is a demanding job, to be certain, but one which I am proud to do. For as long as this purpose guides me, I will fill this world with the most marvellous appellations I can imagine. Please take this in exchange for completing your errand. Small size advantage. The combat concept observer has a tester room. You're familiar, aren't you? Have you any prowess in battle? Good. I could use your help with something. You see, I was asked to assess a one-eyed giant created as a facility guard, and so pitted against a lotus to test its fighting skills. Not only did the giant fall to a single blow, the lotus went into a frenzy and escaped. In my opinion, compact familiars like you are far more effective than these overly large brutes, and this is my chance to prove it. Do you think you can handle our runaway combatant? Fine, I'll help. Of course, you'll be well rewarded for your efforts. Our experiment was conducted to the east. That's as good a place as any to start looking for the lotus. It's a mile away. Hey Lou, how you do? Da, 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 da. Oh, that's new. Is it? I don't know if I've ever thought something like that. Combat Concept Observer. Bit tired. I'm good. Wasn't sure I was going to stream today, like a very meh mood today and yesterday. There it is. It would seem the escaped Lotus came back to it on its own accord. They usually feed off of their foes to revitalize themselves, and I imagine it hungers after running amok like that. I'll take care of the situation here. The Lotus is all yours. You certainly made quick work of that Lotus. I had a feeling I could count on you. As for the giant, it's far too heavy for me to move. I'll arrange for some broad-backed creations to haul it away after we return to Puerto Icos. Damn it! Fuck! As I suspected, the smaller, more agile concept has far more facility for adapting to combat situations. Thank you for proving my theory. Be sure to keep your performance in mind the next time I design a familiar. Your reward is promised. Oh yeah, this area is cool. I still think I'm going to be here for a while, like. Seems to be a lot of side quests in this area compared to previous areas throughout the game. Right, so that's what we're doing with that. Switch back to Reaper. I've maxed out my Reaper, so I've been using Paladin in this area for the side quests. Witness to the spectacle. Actually, just double check in case there's any off anywhere else. Nope, all good. Bernard is musing over your recent findings. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the entelechies which can control it. Yet, most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey the stars in search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? I'm guessing the siblings also weren't registered with the Bureau. So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Periptea Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Oh, am I going to go straight up to the next area, am I? Oh, maybe not. Eventually he'll get to that age where he's more chill. Like all of my friends who've had kids, always the same, like when they're younger, all hyper and bounce off the walls and everything. And then once they get a bit older, they're more chill. This tower and the one further along are both part of Periptea Crystalline, a facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Da, da, da. If that's all my capture card's doing now, I'm quite fine with that. Like, every now and then, the audio cut off for just like a split second. But I'm not having that problem. Ever since the Wavelength software, audio software for this got an update, there is no more issues with my capture card. I knew it wasn't the capture card, because if I put the audio to the capture card directly into OBS software and not use that Wavelength software that comes with this microphone, the Elgato, there was no audio issues. But if I don't use the capture card with the audio software that comes with this, I can't control it with my Stream Deck. Well, I can, but it's a bit more awkward. But ever since the update to this, which has allowed us to add loads of filters and that directly to this mic rather than having to do it through OBS, I've not had any double audio, any tinny audio or anything with me capture card since. Touch wood. It's normally every day when I first open my software I've got to add and remove the audio source over and over and over until the audio sorts itself. And then sometimes I'll be in the middle of a stream and it'll just suddenly change from perfect to shitty audio. And then I have to sit while I'm live adding and removing until it fixes itself. I can dash now. Yay! And then I'm back to Reaper. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So, if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviours, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, What was it you wished to speak with me about? My mamba is up. Mamba number 5. What do you mean my number's up?
Man, your number's up, buddy. Yeah, see?
My turn for zoom out. Wait, you've got no one? Woohoo! I completely forgot all about that. Wait, so you've getting one, so I can come and get it now, can I? Oh, you can come to me. Come to me. I'm in the middle of story. The chief overseer's personal research project. And by that I assume you mean Meteon? Not lazy, I'm enjoying story. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared. Only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. I'm curious if he actually created her. Or if he found her. It's just Lou sitting staring at the clock, just counting the seconds. Second it hits that time, he's like, right, bid, let's go! Woohoo! He's just in his kid's room, just thinking to himself, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Is he asleep? Is he asleep? Yes! Run away! Just sprints out the door. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Garlene shared with me. Garlene is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. Third instance, I think? She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavenward. A host of them. She was witness to it. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. The far west side of the second aetheryte crystal. Literally next to the very edge of the map on the west. Third aetheryte crystal, sorry, third. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vinar, I thought you'd already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray, do not mention it. As you see, my original plan was to leave after the task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favour me with a retelling of this site which so delighted your Garlene? Of course. Or you could hear it from her lips directly, if you prefer. We're going up there now, are we? At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasis Thalassae? She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's ocean, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vinar. even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered from the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azim. And what would help us be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed serve as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. It sounds right horrible. I'll rejoice the day you die. Huzzah! She's gone! I will be honoured. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Garleen in person? Not before the game probably chucks a bunch of side quests in my face. Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up the skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. So these doors are magic and they can connect to multiple places. Interessante. Where's the crazy lady? Was, unless it's changed us. I don't know how to check. I don't want to look at all this text. Skim. 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 Two? That's it, 2. You are now instance area 2. Ah, must have changed us. I'm in 2. I'll just type it in chat. Just yeah. Who? Who the fuck's that? Is that you? Ow. Never mind, I'll not wave or anything, just give me the bout. Thank you. Hey boy. The wave. That mount is hideous. I don't know why everyone's like, wow, that mount, I want it. I fucking think it's hideous. It's just a flying monitor. A rusty monitor. Right, anyway, let's have a look. The zoom out, is that just, it's the normal version of the flame one that I got off the shop, isn't it? If it's the mount I'm thinking of. Mount. Yeah, it's the normal version. Yeah. Is that the same music or different? I think it's got different music. I think this one had a... Yeah. Cool. Right, thank you very much. I'm going to continue on with the next bit of story. The only thing that's interesting about that mound is the fact that it shrinks you. It makes you teeny, teeny, tiny. Teeny, tiny pickle. There you go. Now you're about the size of a lalafell. Alright, next a bit of story. Oh, hang on. The other archivist said naught we haven't heard already, but this story of Galeen sounds promising. I'm going to leave party so I can crack back on. Do, 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 do. Hey, cool. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. On arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metaversus Halasai. Garlean will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. Shazam? Ooh. Ah, right, so I'm on top of this little walkway thing. Man, I thought it was going to, like, put us over here. Get dang it. Unless that's what's going to happen here. Yeah, it looks like we're working my way around. But then again, no, because there's like a teleporter near that building over there. The tower head is still part of Peripetia Crystalline. We will need to ask for passage through the upper tier. Oi, let me in. Mistress Vanar. Just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper skyway. Yeah, once I'm done with the campaign, I'm going to finally get me crafting jobs leveled. Obviously work on leveling me other jobs. Ooh, look at the water over there. It's bright blue. And then I'm gonna work on the PS5 trophies. And then the in-game trophies. Keep myself busy. That's probably shit I'm gonna be doing off stream, because like I said, once I'm done with this I'll be back to me just streaming on the weekends. And I've got to obviously go back to playing Bloodborne with Koos. Probably stream the Pandemonium raid at least. That door leads into the Palisade. But perhaps we can trouble this person for assistance with finding Garlean. Mistress Vanar? I was told to expect we would have prepared enough official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. Fanfare? I only wish to speak with Garlean, if that might be arranged. Yes, Garlean, of course. I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will help us occupy. Oh, will keep us occupied. I can't read. Until she is ready to receive us. To all of my children.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view.
To all of my children, to whom death has passed its judgment.
What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Mostly. I'm gonna be honest. Some parts, yes. Others, not so much.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
Oh, where do I begin? You got like a couple of good hours, maybe a day.
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account. Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word.
I'm curious, okay, we came here through that portal to the doorway, okay? And obviously we can exit back through that point, back to the tower, to the crystal tower. What if some rando unsuspecting guy just steps through and ends up in the crystal tower? Or someone... Actually, no one else can go in the tower. I mean, Reem can? Then again, no, only I can, because I've got Graha's soul stone thing.
As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity.
Sorry, I'm just screenshot crazy right now. That's all I've done throughout this entire expansion, is just screenshot, 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 screenshot. Obviously, I use some of them for my thumbnails.
When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong.
Her voice sounds very similar to Eamon Breeder. I wonder if it's the same voice actor, just slightly changing the tone of her voice.
And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life, laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star.
And that's why she becomes Hydaelyn.
Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way.
That's how Hydaelyn's gonna end.
You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
It's been damn good. Many years.
Pray forgive my lateness.
God damn it, we're in the middle of something. Go away. Come back in a minute.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
Son of a... Shit was getting good. She ruined it. Ruined!
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate.
So why did Meteon stay?
And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather.
Matea?
There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Dearest Faith.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Oh. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discovery and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we've no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possible, proceeding under the assumption our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Because he's sick of everyone killing all of the fucking creations and that, just like, fucking, this thing's imperfect, gone, let's start again. And it's like driving him nuts. So he's got a similar sort of a plan to our Fan Daniel that we knew. You son of a... I'll be back in a minute, Heidelin. I'll be back in a jiffy. Son of a... And there's not even an Aether current mixed in name. This area's got a shit ton of side quests. Right. Back in a minute. I really wish they would patch it so you can apply a glamour plates outside of settlements and that. Fucking annoying. Alright, next round of side quests. Come on down. Grab a seat. There are 6 here from the looks of it. Walking by the familiar. Worry weighs on Epipharon's mind. I hope she's alright. Oh, I want to go after her, but what if she comes back while I'm away? You must be a familiar. Can you help me deliver a message? I have an associate who works much too hard. I want to tell her to take a break and join me for a nice relaxing meal. I sent another familiar already, but it's failed to return. As an experimental entity, it is too simple to handle more than one order at a time, so it might be stuck attempting to fulfill my request. Would you mind checking on them both for me? I can give you a little something if you're willing to help out. Wonderful. Knowing my associate, she's probably dozing off somewhere around the trees to the north. This wouldn't happen if she'd get a good night's rest for once. You might need to give her a poke to wake her up. Enjoy. I'm guessing that's the familiar that was sent together. Pork, 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 pork. No. Bum, bum. Oi, wake up, you shit. How long was I asleep? Epipharon sent you? Just to invite me to eat? Why send a familiar for something so trivial? Although, come to think of it, I could use a meal. Please let him know I'll be along soon. That familiar's like, thank God! I'm free! Wait, are you a familiar as well? I thought you were one of us for a moment. You're the first. You are the first. Anyway, thank you for waking me. I suppose we'll be eating at our usual place. A nice cup of tea to start with sounds lovely. Well, do you not also need to report to Epipharon? Not really. Bye. Boing. Thank you for your help. My familiar says my associate has accepted my invitation. This is what happened, yes? Good. That means it can carry out its duties on a basic level, at least. I designed it to convey ideas through information-laden ether rather than words, so I'm happy to see the communication was successful. It does seem, however, that this method is ineffective when the recipient of the message is asleep. I'll get to work on fixing that. But not now. Enjoying some time with my associates is the priority at the moment. Thank you again for your help. Son of a... Hey, Cactua! It's got its eyes closed. I'm guessing it's pretending not to be alive. A most succulent name. The priggish taxidermist is desperately hoping for inspiration to strike. A name. I need a name for it. One that will stand the test of time as it passes through generation after generation. When you break it down, what in a name really? What's in a name really? What? Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. You're familiar, I take it. Very good, but whose, I wonder? Well, that's not important right now. You'll be as enough to listen to my plight. I'm tasked with a job of great import. Nomenclature. Currently, I find myself facing down a sort of creative blockage in regards to this fellow's name. Am I going to be the one that gives him the name? Am I responsible for the name of Cactua? This is a creature who has not only survived the vicious wilds of the Hungering Gardens, but has thrived in them thanks to its ossified spines. Thus, it deserves a name befitting its rugged tenacity. Despite its singularly unique physical properties, its creator never bothered to refer to it as anything besides its designation, Euros 310. I cannot abide so uninspiring a name for a creation as remarkable as this. But therein lies the rub. For all its captivating qualities, I have yet to hit upon a captivating name. I was just on my way to take a turn about the grounds to stimulate the creative juices, so to speak, but seeing you, I realised two heads may be better than one. So what do you say? Would you care to join me in my walk? Sure. Excellent. You, my quick-witted familiar friends, will be a boon indeed to my imagination. What say you take a quiet moment to Google! Even though 90% of the time it's like, fuck you, I'm not helping you. Cogitate. Think deeply about something. Meditate or reflect. So, meditate, cogitate. Right. Hopefully that wasn't loud when I pressed that. Actually, I've got the browser muted on the feed, so that's fine. Cogitate. Meditate, cogitate. Doopy doopy doopy. Oh, you would chill next to one of them. Wait, son of a... How am I going to get up there? I can't fly yet, damn it. Should be a rock around here that I can jump on if I remember correctly. Or a hill I can run up. Never mind. Noise, stop itching. There's not the sun-dappled forest floor. Is not the sun-dappled forest floor a stunning sight? Is not the breeze so bracing as to lift the spirits? Is not the source... I can get it, shut up. Is not the source of the Melanoi's whisker so pleasant as to induce great thoughts? Surely, with all the inspiration that surrounds us, you have been stirred into contemplation too. Tell me, what is it you now focus so squarely upon? The innumerable tasks that sit waiting to be done. Yes, indeed. All those side quests. So even familiars have their fair share of woes. Might I suggest you take this moment to relax them? Simply let the winds wash over you, the rustling of the leaves play in your ears, and just think. Think. For a time, all you can hear is the breeze, like a calming whisper in your ears. All of a sudden, a groan invades your peace of mind. Created to survive in extreme weather conditions, whose adaptability is second to none. What would be a name suitable for such a creature? I can practically feel genius on the tip of my tongue, and yet nothing comes. Oh, bother, this won't do now, will it? I hate to ask, but would you accompany me a while longer? God damn it! You gotta really drag this out on you. It's Cactua. I'll spoil it for you. It's Cactua. I come from the future. It's Cactua. Has an attack called 1,000 Needles. And then it's King Cactua, it's got 10,000 needles. Or was it 1,000,000 or 10,000? I can't remember. Wow, there is quite a lot of people here. Not even going to go over there because that's all she wrote. Eros 310 seems to be enjoying the misty spray of the falls. Ah, listen close. Can you hear it? A waterfall whose stream is at once ferocious and tender, whose spray kisses its... Ah, God. Start writing poetry or painting. kisses its surroundings in an affectionate pitter-patter, inspiring indeed, and like to give rise to brilliant. I'm gonna have to follow you a third time, aren't I? It's gonna be the rule of 3 here, isn't it? Yes, there's no place more perfect for the cognition of this creature's name. Cogitation. Think. Ponder. I gotta target you and do it, haven't I? You son of a... And he's gonna run away. Nearest 310, beady eyes appear to scan its surroundings. It is a creature that bears a strong resemblance to a plant, so perhaps Planticus? It's also a deal similar to a succulent... Aha! I've got it! Succulum. No. Oh, goodness gracious, no. That's just foul. Succulum. I'm afraid I'm quite at a loss for names beyond the paltry few I've offered. Perhaps you could provide a fresh perspective? What does you find most endearing about this creature? Its spiky head. Oh, that did the trick. Your astute observation skills have stirred my imagination, for I've come up with a very worthy name. I must return to Poitinercus at once, and ensure that no other creation shares this nomenclature. You will not be too far behind, yes? You are due a subtle gift for the help you've provided after all. Okay. What's everybody doing? I must say I greatly enjoyed our time together. I believe nothing cultivates creativity quite like the sharing of ideas. So often I am forced to work alone, and though it pains me to admit this, it's not much fun to ponder the silence of one's own company. In the silence of one's own company. In fact, I credit you for the name I just devised. All that remains now is to go to Pertea Crystalline, ensure that no record of any similarly named creation, and appoint Eros 310 with its official name. And should I hit another metaphorical roadblock, to remember to always ponder while perambulating. Thank you again for your help in this matter. It was most appreciated. So does that mean we were responsible for the naming of Cactua? Terra on 2 legs. Glafira is buried deep under a mountain of work and is seeking outside assistance. You're... Back in a minute. Oh my god. Oh my god. Didn't even need it. So when I go, can I get into Netflix? Had the password. They didn't even bother to try it. I put the password in and they went in instantly. So they didn't even need it. None of the dingus. Alright. You're familiar or not, then perhaps you might be able to help me. I've received an appeal for assistance from a colleague of mine, but I'm up to my eyeballs in work as it is. Okay, might you type... Uh-oh. What has happened there? This has happened once before. Where my capture card has just outright died. 1 second. Except this time the audio's gone with it. Uh-oh. Lovely. How did I fix this the last time without ending the stream? Oh. It's even died on my TV. Uh-oh. Does that mean my capture card is dead? Uh-oh. I hope not. It's a bit warm, the capture card. It did this a week or two. That means me streaming's done because I haven't got. Anyway, it's come back on the TV. Properties, activate. Bam. But the last time it did this, it reset all of my settings. So now I've got to sit and click with the settings. That's twice it's done that. It did that a little while ago as well. Alright. Properties. Config. I think that's what happened to last time. That was negative 13. That was negative. That was 165. Save. Is everything alright on feed? We all good? But yeah, that's happened before. It's either just Windows derping or the capture card. What I've done there is I unplugged the capture card and plugged it back in. Right. Annoyingly, the first time I did it was when I was on the moon speaking to the Loporrit, and I was in the middle of a story cutscene and it froze. Your benevolence does you credit. The researcher I spoke of has striking red hair and is likely lingering in the south side of Calamelios Zephyros. Yeah, I'm not buying any more capture cards. I've got a 4K one that can plug into my motherboard sitting on top of my wardrobe in its box. But the motherboard that I've got on this PC is too small. The capture card, my graphics card takes up all the space. And it doesn't have an extra PCIe slot. It's only got a smaller PCI slot, which has got me 1080p capture card plugged into it at the minute. But with that capture card I can't play my games in 4K on my TV while streaming in 1080. So I don't really use it. And I can't use that capture card with Stream Deck and the audio software and everything. Because the Elgato's made it so only their capture cards work. I say their capture cards. That's the only capture card of their brand that works with the software, because for some reason they're not making the older ones compatible. To try and force people to buy the new card, basically. I am poking you, do not mind. Oh, you're a familiar, aren't you? Why does everyone say that? Like the first interaction they've got with us, you're a familiar, you're a familiar, you're a familiar. Who's familiar are you? One sent by Glafira, no doubt. How did you know that? I'm in no way related to that person. My soul is similar to Azim's. So how did he even glean that? Well, thank goodness you're here. I confess I'm still in somewhat of a daze, but with you here, at least I at least feel safe enough to stop and catch my breath. Yeah, that capture card is quite warm. I don't normally like using those sort of capture cards anymore. The portable ones. I much prefer the ones that you can plug into your motherboard directly. But I bought that capture card again purely because it's compatible with this mic software. Me Wave microphone. So it means, because with it being Elgato, the mic being Elgato, and the Stream Deck being Elgato, they all work together. So I bought that, which is kind of good because my PC that did use my 4K on-board capture card that plugged into the motherboard, that burnt out. And the only parts that survived was me graphics card and the capture card. Everything else on it pretty much died. I'd like to get a GPU casing, a PCI casing thing. I'll show you what I mean. PCI case. Let's see, external case. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that one. Image. Desktop. Oh, goddamn, why? I hate this WebP format thing. No. Bye. I can't find it in a normal JPEG or PNG format, no. Piece of... Oh, this is on scans. We'll just go directly there. I'll probably be able to open image. There we go. It's just fucking Google being special. We don't use that format anymore. La-dee-da, look at us in our WebP format for images. Where is it? Right, so add image. Okay. Browse. Desktop. One of them. I'd like to get my hands on one of them. An external graphics card, PCI thing. The capture card that I used is apparently compatible, especially with this one, because Linus Tech Tips or someone did a video using this particular one, this High Point. But they're pretty expensive. That's the reason why I've not bothered, is because they are freaking expensive. And they're just a case for you to put your graphics card in, but yeah, the cost, how much was it? Let's say 229 quid. Just for a case to plug your card into. I'd love to, but no. Why didn't that go away? Move? Yes. Okay. Right. Let's see. Anyway, you're familiar, aren't you? Once sent by Kafira, no doubt. Well, thank goodness you're here. I confess I'm still in somewhat of a daze, but with you here, at least I can feel safe enough to stop and catch my breath. Something came over the specimen I was examining, though I'm not entirely sure what. I've never seen it behave so erratically before. At any rate, it managed to slip my grasp and escape. I tried to chase after it, but I'm not half so fleet-footed. To complicate matters, the thing has a very nervous temperament and will flee if anyone so much as approaches it. I consider imbuing some sort of sleeping spell into a dart, which one might shoot from a height, but who has such impeccable aim? I do. Not I, to be sure. Do you? You do? I admit that proposal was made somewhat in jest, but this works out perfectly. So it's settled. You shall put our skittish beast to bed. Leave it to me. And she used creation magic. Find yourself a vantage point from the rise southeast of here, and with this blow dart, bring the frenzied fiend under control again. Me? I will stay here and take a moment to collect myself. I wonder what this creature is. Very skittish. I hope it's actually not my PC. I hope it's... In fact, I hope it's nothing. I hope it's just something that could be fixed with a software update or something. But if I had the choice to pick between the freezing being a problem with my PC or the card, I'd rather be the card. Damn, that one took a kicking. Search for the rampaging creature. Blah, 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 blah. I can't zoom in. An elephant? It just went. It just hit the floor like a sack of shit. Face plant. Is this the ancestor to the elephant race? It seems like it. Or it's just a normal elephant. It's Dumbo! And stuffed in the bag. Sleeping creature. Watching it rest its eyes, you might be convinced that this creature is placid and well behaved. You would be wrong, and frankly, you should know better. You're going to throw it off the edge then. If only I could. Just kill off an entire species by throwing the ancestor off the edge. Why? How dexterous you must be to hit a moving target with so small an object. Most impressive. Well, allow me to make that take that dozing specimen off your hands. Why, what a precious sight our little beast makes when it's not running amok. Shame it can't be this adorable all the time. This was, in fact, one amateur creator's answer to the walking shark that recently gained approval. A somewhat hasty and ill-advised attempt, if you ask me. Oh wow, so their race was an accident. Credit where credit is due, though. The specimen is bipedal, despite its base being that of a quadrupedal beast. Its predilection for being an excitable nuisance, however, means it cannot be of any real use to our star. Hey, you better not be going there. What it needs is a healthy dose of intellect. Yeah, it is. It's the start of the elephant race. What's the name of the race? The proper name of them? I will write a report stating as much. While I do that, return to Glyphera and tell her of the assistance you rendered. Oh, and offer her my gratitude too, would you? So he's about to go and give it superior intelligence and turn it into the beginning of the elephant beast race. Whatever the hell that proper name was again, I forget. Three down, 3 to go. These ones seem to be taking longer than the other ones. There you are. Thank you for tidying up that bit of a mess for me. Speaking of which, what was the mess exactly? Elephant running amok. A thrilling game of Chase the Creation, was it? That conjures up a sorry image indeed. It sounds like the researcher was able to glean some valuable information, so all's well that ends well, I suppose. If all goes according to the reports made, and sufficient intellect can be cultivated, the specimen should prove a valuable contribution to our world. Thank you again for your assistance. Wow, so I helped, again, similar to the Cactua, I helped with the cultivating of this race. I mean, all I did was shoot up with a sleeping dart, but still. Is it Matanga? Is it? FF, XIV, L... and race. Yeah, Matanga. Yeah. So I basically helped in the process of them being created. By shooting it with a sleeping dart. And I helped with the naming of Cactua. What else am I going to be responsible for? That's why I got to do the side quests, you see? That's why I like doing them while I'm playing the story. I don't like leaving them and coming back to them later. I like doing them as I'm progressing. Because you get more... It adds more to the main story. Like helping out all the people in the area that you're going through. Floating like clouds. The enthusiastic observer needs help retrieving lost plant. What a sight! An Ampelos sneezed and sent tufts of cloud mallow flying every which way. But while highly amusing, I'll never be able to gather them up all by up alone, unless you're willing to lend me a hand. Thank you so much. Let's split up and start looking for them. Be on the lookout for fluffy white plants floating around Hoyt and Icos, and bring any you find back here. Not what I wanted. Don't worry, Hyland. I'll be there soon. Five. That was quick and easy, I suppose. I do appreciate a nice quick one every now and then. A nice quick quest. Did you find any of the plants? You're certain you've seen these somewhere in the Sea of Clouds? Perfect. It's such a relief to have them back. And a somewhat amateur creator invented the concept to bring more life into the clouds, which is all well and good, but they get blown away far too easily. It would be nice if they were a bit more wind resistant. We need to know they can settle in a place without fear of them flying off because some beast breathed on them too hard. Well, I'd better put them back where they belong before a light breeze undoes all your hard work. Here, take this as thanks for your help. Okay. Urianger? Are you Urianger's ancestor? Are you his whole? He is your fracture? You are his whole? Giggity? If you start speaking fancy talk, we'll know. Taking the minutes. Titus Hyperborea. The forbearing visitor seems to be eyeing you up. Keep your eyes to yourself. Aren't you a sweet-looking familiar? Tell me, to whom do you belong? Ah, you're Asim's, are you? He is a goodly sort, wouldn't you say? Always appearing at times of trouble to extend a hand to those in need. And given that I am one such, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I borrowed you for a bit. A lengthy debate was held in Jasix regarding the evaluation of creations. Meticulous minutes were taken during said forum, which I would like you to fetch for me. A dear friend in Amarot asked for them, you see, and I plain forgot all about it. Now, if you would be so kind. You lazy fucking shit. I will send word to the Scrivener in charge and ask them to await your coming in front of them where the documents is being held. Once you have the notes, return to me. You are the laziest person here. Can't be asked to go and get your notes. Especially because you're making us go in a direction. Can I get up that rock there? That guy sucks. Oh crap. Dude, you got pests right at your doorstep. Get rid of them. The other familiar then? Very good. Here are the records of the forum. Careful now. It's a sizable stack of volumes. Try not to drop any on your way back. Ah, to one of them ones. Damn it. Run, 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 run. Do, 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 do. Uh-oh. Yeah. Here you go. Chuck him in his face. You lazy shit. These are the documents I requested. My word, they must have been terribly heavy. You want to shut up? Yeah, it's your problem now. The friend I spoke of is involved in the operation of Anida, a facility which houses myriad concepts, cogitation, and ideas. He felt that certain procedures, especially the ones concerning living creatures, were lacking in information. Thus he sought detailed records that he might fill in the blanks, so to speak. I believe you're owed a little reward for your help. I'll think over what to offer you while I pick up my belongings from the journey ahead. Come see me at the entrance, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Da, 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 da. Are you free now, Lou? Do you have the power? My toe hurts when I'm wiggling it. First time I've had pain in it since having that operation. Right. There you are. I finished my packaging and my packing, and as it so happens, I have hit upon a most commensurate gift. My favourite food, and freshly made too. Try it. I'm sure you'll love it. Farewell, familiar. With my regards to Azim. Spicy. Took it in his face. Me no like spicy. I'll eat it, but I'm not a fan of spicy stuff. Slightly spicy, yes, but when it's to the point where your mouth is on fire and you're like, I need a drink. No. How can anyone enjoy it? I'm more of a sweet person. That's why I've always got sweets. Diabetes. Very familiar carrots. Huh. Hang on. I was just going to see, is this the point where we'll learn about the creation of the Loporrits? But Eidolon created them. Rhodopus is harbouring a great deal of worry for a colleague who has wandered off. Oh dear, I'm starting to worry some. It's my colleague, you see. And we heard this horrid screech from a Melanian, and he went rushing off to check what all the fuss was about. I was thinking of following after him, but, well, just look at me. What? What about you? You, however, appear to be all versed in combat and all such. I should really not eat them while I'm about to read some dialogue. They get stuck in my teeth. You, however, appear to be well versed in combat and all such sanguinary escapades. Perhaps you might see if aught is amiss and ensure my co-worker hasn't come to any harm? That's very kind of you to agree to such a request. The last I saw him, he was racing for the southern end of Amylithefus. Do promise to hurry. I'm half afraid he has wound up on the wrong side of some nasty fiend's fangs. Right, this is the last one. And we'll get back to a bit of story. Paladin's nearly gone up one level. I've done every side quest in this area so far. Paladin doesn't seem to be getting as much experience. Compared to what me Reaper was getting. And I think that's to do with the whole scaling. Because I'm a lower level in a higher level area, it's given us a less experience. You are under attack. Rabbit familiar. That was much too close for my liking. Your timing was truly immaculate. It's quite trapped and would have been gobbled up if not for your timely interference. It was the agitated cries of the Melanian which brought me here. When I arrived to see what inspired such howling, I discovered this fellow being set upon by that raging creature. I didn't hesitate to insert myself into the fray, of course. I should be fine, but it's the familiar for whom I'm most concerned. Could you make sure it is unharmed? I think it's fine. Excuse me, come back. The familiar appears free of any injuries, scrapes or bruises, and has left behind a dazzling carrot. As if to say thank you, deliver the carrot to the long-haired observer. A root vegetable with such an uncommon luster that one might think, oh, that's not edible. Not only is it safe for consumption, but it imparts joy to those who have partaken of it. Dazzling carrot. A relief to know they are not too severely injured. Oh my, what is that? Eat this, it'll make you feel better. You say the creature left it behind? A striking colour for a carrot, wouldn't you say? Perhaps this was its way of showing its gratitude. What a thoughtful creature. And one I've never seen before. Whose familiar could it be, I wonder? I'll perform an investigation upon my return. Now then, shall we head back to blah? I'm in a rather sorry state and would like to get cleaned up as soon as possible. Yay, it's the last side quest. I'm free for like 10 minutes until it's like, here's some more. Ah. Damn it, I hate this part. Pain in the arse to get in from all sides. Gotta run all the way around. How very good is to see you again. My friend, the one whom you plucked from the jaws of death itself, is seeking treatment for his wounds as we speak. Oh, I thought that was a lady. I heard the entire tale, how a rabbit familiar was on the scene. Mrs. Vanar was said to be researching one such familiar. Oh, that's the story anyway. Ah. Okay. So that's how the idea of the Loporrits came around, from that creation. Somebody else's creation inspired Vanar eventually, when she becomes Hydaelyn, to create the Loporrits. Perhaps the one you came across is related to that business? Well, regardless of its origins, it sounds like a rather polite creature. As I was told, it left behind a sort of gift. Yet, I shan't be outdone by a bunny, charming though it surely is. Here you are, a present. Nothing special, but I hope it proves as scrumptious as the carrot our mysterious familiar bestowed upon you and my colleagues. colleague. I'm free, I'm free, I'm free! Quick, run before someone else thinks of something to give us. Let me up. Let me up. That's better. But no, I'm back. Sorry, I had to take care of some business. One second, let me. Boop. Worthy of his back, Vanar has a new course of investigation in mind. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the meteor. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Darlene said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Watch, it's going to be like, here's some side quests. No quests. No quests. Good, good. Do a bit more story. Story progress has become very slow these past few streams, I've noticed, because it seems as I'm getting further in, there seems to be more and more side quests. Which again, I don't mind doing the side quests because it gives you more understanding of what's going on in the area and the people that are here. But at the same time, I want to get some story. Main story. You would choose to stand right next to where there's a ton of monsters. So that island over there. Previous cutscene seemed to focus on that one, so I'm guessing that is it. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Over there. Ah, what about that? Have you the means to fly? It is quite a distance away. I need the Aetheryte current. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. You're gonna bring Argos! Yay! My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Jasix over to that island? So even now, Argos existed way back here in this time as well. A travel companion. Oh. This is 100% nail in the coffin. Confirmed. Screw what Fan Daniel said about we're not being able to affect anything. There is multiple times now where we've interacted with people here in the past. Like, obviously when we met Argos, he was very attached to it in our time. And they questioned why, because they said normally he doesn't get attached to people. But that's because he knows we. He remembers we. Or... yeah, basically. And there's been a few other instances here as well, which point to the same thing. Again, timey-wimey loop. We were destined to come here. We are going to have an effect on things. Same with the side quests, like the side quest with the Cactua. We were helpful in helping that guy decide what to name the Cactua. We also helped with the... capture that fucking elephant, which in the future becomes the elephant race. Same with that rabbit that we caught, helped before. That eventually becomes the Loporits. We are having an effect being here on everything. Obviously, this is going to have its own timeline. It's going to branch off into its own timeline. Because that's that whole, if you travel to the past, that becomes your new present, blah 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 blah. Yeah. Stubborn creature. There's no, well, stubborn creature. There is no place on this great star we have not travelled together travelled. And still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Yeah. Yet in the future, he become very attached to her. That's because he had already met her. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. It is certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Well, what? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle. And you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And that's why he likes you in the future. Holy crap, we're gonna fight Vinar. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. What? That makes no sense. I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. Bargain? Nelly? You seem doubtful. I'm more confused. But useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. Yeah, and obviously when we first met Heidelin, the second time, one of the times that we met Heidelin in our time, she said that once everything's said and done, shall fulfill a promise that she made to someone long ago. That was clearly us. We'll eventually get to that same point here where she makes this promise. Let's say you traveller out of time. Choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Okay. What's that guy doing? Just like slowly riding around the outside. Is that a new method to avoid the log out? Ah, that's why there was people standing here before. It's a good job they didn't do what they did with the Loporrits. I hated that. Like, there was that moment with the Loporrits where you end up fighting some of them to escape out of the place to try and find out what Urionji is up to. And they didn't instance it. There was just people fighting the Loporrits up top inside of the base. And I was a bit miffed by that. I mean, it wasn't a huge spoiler, but you know, it just came out of nowhere because the Loporrits seem all happy, cheerful, and then you find out they're keeping a secret, but which eventually ends up them trying to slow you down and fighting you, and you end up knocking them out. But for some reason, the developers chose not to instance that. The entity is identical to the one you encountered in Mare Lamentorum, except this Argos is pointedly ignoring you. Not for long, buddy. Not for long. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Now I know why it's called Worthy of His Back.
Let neither side hold back.
And before this is the first song that gets flagged on YouTube. Ow, that hurts.
My blade sings!
She's gonna kick my ass, isn't she?
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Oh, she changed to a dancer?
No quarter. Have a taste.
Ay, 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 Highland. Ow! 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 She's kicked my ass. Ay, 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 ay. I'm not losing this time. Bring it!
Let neither side hold back.
Do, 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 do.
My blade sings!
Do, do, do.
My blade sings!
Impressive.
Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Oh, she's swapped away White Mage.
Prepare yourself. We've only just begun. Come at me with your all.
Is there a checkpoint in this? Oh, that was a bad move. Ow.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Oh, God. Oh, stop these two. Oh my God! What are you doing, crazy lady?
Your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
Ow!
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Holy potatoes. If I'd have kept going, she would have kicked my ass. I just hope that song doesn't get flagged when I put it on YouTube's.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
Or that whole part will be muted.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Marv? And that's how he came to like us.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Further confirming it. And that's again why Azam had that bit of a brain headache and he was like, I saw you there. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the meteor made their departure into the night sky. With luck we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. A flower upon your return. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. That was a fun little bite indeed. Oh, there you go. A million miles away. I was wondering where my Dalmud was. Oh, look at good that guy's got for his machinist. Ooh. Oh. That's the crit lurker weapon? Wait, this guy's at this point and he's only wearing level 80 gear? Is he just like selling the gear that he's getting? Unless he's not doing any of the side quests and he's just blasting through. Climb onto Argos' back and we can be off. You know, I honestly cannot remember the last time he carried anyone but me. Yeah, they're definitely driving that point home. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given a go-ahead to hop on. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? No something... what? Notiphorium. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Oh, and there goes the audio again. Notiphorium. Am I supposed to draw some connection to that? Notiphorium? Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment. What was Louis Suar's staff made of? Because that was one of the powerful relics in the world.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Ah, is this where we're going to learn about the Echo?
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you.
Oh shit, we're going to learn to control the Echo at will? Ooh!
Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved.
What the... Why is that? What is going on? My controller's going insane. Ah, great. How do you hide the chat again? Hide chat in cutscene. Controller. Forgotten how you do it again. Try to... So we had to show the chat log. I could see how to hide chat box during cutscenes. Now one. This one. Okay. But now that's gonna hide everything. How the fuck do you hide it again? Oh my god. I don't know what went up on there. My controller just took a bit. Anyone know how to hide chat window? Damn it. In the middle of a cutscene and... everything on Google's just talking about keyboard. That's no good to us. Hide chat. I have to show how do I hide chat box. That's going all the way back to 2014. L1 plus pepper. No, that hides. I just want to hide the chat, not the entire fucking thing. That's to hide everything. All HUD, not chat. Stupid Google. Never mind, got myself. Got it. Yeah, for some reason the controller started going berserk there, taking a load of screenshots. When I just wanted to take one. Anyway, what to say? As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved.
Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Oh damn, I can control the echo at will now.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Alright, so that's why she stayed behind. She can remotely connect to the others and report directly to Hermes.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us.
I think I know where the next final storyline's gonna go. It's aliens. It's all about the space.
Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking.
We're gonna blast off with the moon once we've saved everything, and we're gonna go off on a grand adventure across the stars.
Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike. How?
I have no idea. Yet
Chitauri
whatever
Space
answers we receive,
Rangers. Go!
I will not dismiss them out of hand. No. I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence.
That cloud looked like Sonic.
Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, as though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
Yeah.
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps...
Oh.
a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet I think it's something is going to happen to these meteons. And because everything else here is constantly being erased if it's not deemed perfect for the star, that along with these meteons getting wiped out, it's going to drive them to not give a crap anymore. Similar to Find Daniel. The Find Daniel of our time.
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this,
that background looks beautiful.
I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
Whoa, what the hell happened there? There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Ctesi's Hyperborea, the largest facility. Nice. It stands in the Northern Isle. I wonder, Jasix, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them on so few islands? The answer lies within Ctesi's itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. It is there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Poison Icus. Are we going to get to go there straight away? No, are we? Bloody heck. He's like, hey, where do you think you're going? Huh? I have a million side quests. That'll keep you busy. And 2 of them are ether currents. Guessing there's going to be a dungeon here, and the last one will give us that or something. Oh man. Well, let's get hammering away. But I'll finish this quest first. Just so it's not lingering. I thought I could use this unless I'm in a party with somebody. Isn't that what Emmett or Hyclodius said? This appears to be the teleporter Vinar told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Bing. I'll get the final current that's up here, I suppose. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way at Jasix's Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. Not until I've gotten that final current. Northwest. Ophiotaros. Ah, there it is. Go away, stupid. Right, that's the last area current. Just need the quest ones. That must be the this must be the last batch of side quests, I'm guessing. Because once I've done those two with that current quest, there's only one more, and usually you get that most often in like a dungeon or the final quest of the area. So I'm nearly done with this area, it seems. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. My friends! Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creations of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbours no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. Emmett, you care! According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodius' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we fail to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognise the subject of his own research? Is this going to point to the whole things etched in your memory, but there can also be erased deal that we learned at the Charlian school? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Van Daniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain. Yet. Or maybe he never does. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. Echo. Sisters in space. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. It is time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. He's a bit of a grumpy sausage, isn't he? He's very grumpy. How lovely. Our merry duo has become a quartet. Past disagreements are no reason to reject collaboration in the here and now. I commend Emmett Selk for his practicality. Do not approach me, do not speak to me, and do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I am merely carrying out my duty. Hey, Emmett. Hunger in the garden. Well, I'd love to do that, guys, but unfortunately, you see, there's a million side quests sitting down here, waiting for us. So I'll be backed in a million years' time. Blim, 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 blim. Yep. I think this is the last batch. I'm gonna guess this is the last batch. It's gotta be. There's so many. And 2 of them are Aether current quests, so they're gonna be long as well. Paladin. At least I'll get a level for me Paladin. Take to the skies. I was going to say I'll go get the Aether ones first, but it wouldn't matter because I still need 1 more. It's going to be like the last mission that gives us it, probably. The last story mission here. The eccentric creator has a request for Azim's familiar. It must be Azim's familiar. I had a favour to ask of the observers here. Seeing as they all... Oh, look at him, look at him. Look at him. He's just sitting reading his book. You must be as familiar. I had a favour to ask the observers here, but seeing as they all seem awfully preoccupied, perhaps I can ask you instead. I'm experimenting with crossbreeding different types of plants. I was thrilled when I finally produced a whole new species, right up until the point where they rose up and floated away. Last I saw of them, they were headed toward the eastern side of the island. I managed to wrangle a goodly number, but there are still eight or so. You better take the vast majority of them. Could you help me recapture them? Thank you. Here, use this etheric rope to capture, say, 4 of them, and I can hopefully handle the rest. Can't see it. Let's do it. Hell is that? Ah! Well, I think we know what you become, but you're a plant? A thin rope woven from ether. Restless plant. Creepy. Get in the bag. Ah! The naming where minions just completely submerged in the river. Etheric rope holds this restless, conceptual plant captive. That's right, you turn around. There's the last one. Oh, there it is. And I will do that because I'll be bothered. Hopefully it doesn't take us too long. Actually, quickly. Did you catch the plants? Thank goodness for that, though I'd expect no less from Azim's familiar. I rounded up my half as well, which means they're all back safe and sound. They're part Yggdrant, you see. It's no surprise they inherited the eyes, but having them wander off on their own was rather unexpected. To tell the truth, I never really had a specific use in mind for them. I suppose I'd best start thinking about that. Bearer of the Architect won't be impressed with my new creation unless it serves a purpose. With that in mind, I believe there's research to be done. Thank you for your help, and do pass on my research to Azim. Oh, look at all these side quests. There's so many side quests. Oh my god. There is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus the one that I'm just doing, so 10. Yay. Siren Flower. A familiar aficionado at Poetan Oikos is most interested in meeting you. A rather unusual familiar, aren't you? I haven't seen your concepts on file at the Bureau of Architects, and I've never come across anything like you in all my years of research. I'm one of a kind. Your Asm's familiar. Well, that certainly explains it. His creations are truly something else. I'm even more intrigued. Would you mind if I observed you for a time? I'll make it worth your while, of course. Fantastic. I can hardly wait to get started. But not here. The study I'd like to conduct requires we relocate to the west a ways. Please, come and join me when you're ready. Wish like you could just press repair all, and rather than having to flip through these menus doing this, it'd be nice if it just repaired all. Thank you so much for coming. Now, let's get straight to business. All you need to do is reach out and touch some Orpheus songflowers. They're pretty bloom, light blue in colour, and they emit these, well, bubbles, which enthrall any overly curious creatures. Think of it as a defensive mechanism. It has no effect on sapient beings such as myself, but I'm fascinated to know how it will affect you. Probably not going to work, because I can't be enthralled. Fear not. I will be sure to intervene should you begin to fall under its spell. I would never leave a familiar to such a fate, and especially not a familiar created by us. Is this going to be the tale of how primals came to be? Now I've created 3 flowers of varying size and potencies. We'll begin with the smallest and weakest. I may be able to protect you from... there is more than one of them. I may be able to protect you from the flower itself, but if any nearby beasts are already under its influence, I'm afraid you'll have to be the one to protect me. Fighting was never... That's the first time I've seen someone running around with an NPC. Normally, from my understanding, is it would spawn them when they're set to follow you, but only you could see them? Maybe I was wrong. That's the first time we've actually been able to see it with somebody else. So that means there could be like 10, 20 or so people standing here, and they could all just spawn one of this guy and just be like, hey, twins! Or get even more people and just crash this area entirely. Escort the familiar aficionado to the flower. Should you fail to defend him or move far away... Blah, 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 blah. There he is there! You have a clone. Here's where that person went. They must have rang the wrong way. Thanks. I'm guessing that's why, because like he's actually physically in the world, so monsters will aggro, whereas normally when things are following you, only you can see them. Let's test that theory. Never mind. I was wanting to aggro onto him, but never mind. Undersized Orpheus Songflower. You touch the flower, it doesn't seem to affect you. No reaction. Interesting. Let's try a more powerful one, shall we? I thought it was going to spawn monsters periodically to attack them, but it just looks like it's just mobs in the area of the aggro. This guy is slower. Oh, it spawned one. Oh, it spawned more now. Oh my god, they're all attacking us. Why is there so many here? I'm guarding your person, shit. You touch the flower, you don't feel any different. Still nothing. Well, let's see how you fare against an exceptionally large one. Okay. Where? Hello. Look how he just stand there. Huh? Touch the flower, nothing happened. That's because I'm protected. It's sort of skewing his results because I have protection. I can't be enthralled. Oh, there's my camera's a little... incredible, even a flower this size has no effect on you whatsoever. I thought for sure you would be enthralled. Considering the sparse nature of your ether, it simply doesn't make sense, as it must possess some mastery which eludes me. In any case, that ends our experiment. I'll dissolve these blooms and meet you back for the Nikos. You dissolving them? And he just walked away and left them anyway. Never mind. Thank you for lending me your time. It was most enlightening, not to mention perplexing. You have so little ether, yet something keeps you resistant to outside influence. Your physical constitution, perhaps? It's something to consider when creating familiars in the future, at least. I promised you a reward, didn't I? Here you go. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some data to analyze and concept planning to do. So I'm curious if he came up with the concept of primals. But no, because obviously Zodiac was the first and oldest of primals. Unless they use his idea. He's the one that came up with it and they're like, mine! Taxed! This will save the world! Searching for items. Glocken is concerned about your ether levels. Those are some low levels of ether you have there. Even for a familiar, that must be awfully inconvenient. What say you assist me in an experiment that could help increase your reserves? I need one more ingredient before I can get started. If you could get your hands on a bit of slime from an Eidos in the forest, it would be a great help. They use illusory magics to mimic the shape of nearby creatures. Illusory. So it'll be tricky to find one, but not impossible. Keep your eyes peeled for anything acting out of place. Once you think you've located an Eidos, use this crystallized concept to dispel the illusion. It should then be a relatively simple task to defeat the creature and obtain a nice helping handful of gunk. Yay. But be warned, if you use the crystal on anything else, it tends to react violently. Should you make a mistake, there's no shame in beating a hasty retreat. Huh. So we're looking for something that's acting out of the norm. This crystal allows even the most ether-poor creature to dispel illusory magics. I mean, it doesn't seem to be acting out of the norm, it's just stand there. I don't think that's the one. sure that'll stand out more. What the hell is this? Okay, that one's got its wings spread and it's like shaking, and because they're fighting things, I'm guessing that's the right one. But we'll have a look at the other one just in case. It might be randomized. I doubt it, but no, definitely the other one. Bloop. Whatever this icky globule is, it came from an idol. I mean, that one's got its wings spread like the other one did. Huh. In fact, they all do. First one we looked at near the tree didn't have its wings open. Huh. Oh, shit, wrong way. Back so soon. And with the slime, I hope. If only every familiar were as useful as you. This I can make a potion to increase your ether production. All the other ingredients are in order. A hippogriff brain, monoceros horn, and Ophian entrails. Yummy. The concoction will supplement any natural deficiencies, relying on the chameleonic properties of the slime to generate ether compatible with your existing etheric signature. Clever, yes? Once this is brewed for a bit, it'll be ready to drink. Oh, this is so exciting, I can hardly wait to see just how explosive the increase to your ether will be. I just remembered I have something very important to do, very far away. Ah, I meant to be of service, but it seems I've kept you from your other duties instead. My deepest apologies. Alex, you can come back for the portion. In the meantime, take this for you. Wow, so we did that for now. Yay! I love wasting time. It's fun. Metron creator. Specializing in sharks. The Metron creator appears troubled. Greetings. I'm a researcher from the Words of Metron. I've dedicated my life to studying and creating aquatic life, but my main focus is the development of new shark species. My latest creation has completed its round of observation at Agnososis Be released after one final test. The thing is, I'm hoping to consult with a taxonomist before the Bureau of the Architect hands down its official registration. The same one who named my last shark, if I can... Squibrandios. What? Squibrandios was such a marvellous name. It turns out it's rather difficult to track down a specific person in a place such as this. Could you help me? Thank you. Here, take this. It's a model of the previous creation I just mentioned. Whoever named it should hopefully be able to recognize it. Model of a two-legged shark species looks terribly familiar. I don't think I've got that one. I think you get that one from fishing, don't you? That minion. Yeah. Was there something I could help you with? Did you make the name this? Who named this species? I'm sorry, but I haven't a clue. Certainly not me. It's going to be the one that's furthest away. Yeah, this guy likes watch. Yeah, it's going to be this guy. I remember speaking to him about this creation here. He's talking about fish and how they can like swim up waterfalls and that, but he said it's probably more efficient just to give them limbs. What's that you have there? Did you name this? Ah, Asperbradios. Of course I know it. I named it after all. Its creator was calling it Glados what? But I decided to go with something more closely tied to its distinct way of moving. I wanted to really capture the image of it rushing forward with its tiny steps, somehow swift and slow at once. In case you were curious, the name comes from a proverb meaning more haste, less speed. Oh. Yeah. And if the creator wished me to name her newest creation, I would of course be honoured to do so. It's in Agnoros, you see. I look forward to seeing it soon. Meh. Do. Any luck finding my taxonomist? You found him, and he's willing to give the new one a name too? That's wonderful news. The latest creation is actually a direct improvement over the last. I gave it more legs for a total of 8, so it can move even more quickly over land. With that taken care of, I need to hurry back to Agnoros. But before I go, here, a token of my gratitude. Frazzled researcher. Flight of the Charbatous. Flight of Dragons. The frazzled researcher seeks to help in chasing down a missing creature. You there, please. It's most urgent. A colleague of mine in Vilmithus Notos has just sent word of a most disturbing nature. A blue Chavdis was practicing its flying, but became separated from its fellows. From what I gathered based on my friend's manic message, it was last seen taking wing to Periptia Crystally. We are all of us searching far and wide, but could you look in the direction of Periptia Crystally? Your help will not go unrewarded, I can assure you of that. Thank you. Between us, we ought to be able to locate this lost creature. You should know that Chevroleses have a penchant for heights, so I will scan the skies around here. I'll leave the upper floors of Periptia Crystally to you. If you do happen to find the creature I spoke of, use this etheric rope to bind it. Do not worry, the binding will cause no injury or pain. Good luck, and I shall see you soon.
Meow.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. It's not going to be here, it's going to be up above. There's no sign of it. How do I? Do. It's going to be the last one at the far end. Guarantee it. It won't be this one. Nope. Always either the furthest or the last one when it comes to these sort of quests. Oh. Is it sleeping or is it dead? It looks dead. Did it crash land? Now that you've captured the injured Chavdis, return to Egos, deliver your wing captive to the frazzled researcher. I mean, that thing looked dead. Didn't look injured, it just looked dead. Wasn't moving. I saw that you were on your way back and hastened to return as well. So what news? Have you found the blue Chavdis? I'm seeing Chavdis again. It's Carbidus. It's a silent H. Forgot about it. And I'll probably forget again. A lost Carbidus bound by an etheric rope. Now, at last, it can find its way home. Ah, a great relief indeed. It's rather impressive it hasn't suffered any truly grievous injuries. And more impressive still that it was able to fly as far as Periptia Crystalline. I've only begun to practice the art of flight recently, as I understand it. Who would have thought it could cross such a distance with wings still so inexperienced? No doubt credit to this ought to go to Emmett Selk and his helpful instruction. Oh, is that the same one? I thought it was another one. When he first mentioned it, I was thinking, is that the same one? But I thought, maybe it's not. Turns out it is. Well, I for one cannot wait to see the Arbutus take to the skies from its perch. See, when I don't like stop to read that, like when I'm like quick reading, I'm gonna end up saying sharpness again, guarantee it. But now I'm like keep stopping saying it's not, it's a silent H. At any rate, I will see this creature return to Agnosis at once, though it isn't much considering the service you've rendered. I hope it's not too lowly a prize for you. Maybe you two too would explain why it's taken such a liking to you? No? No response? Is this referencing how you can obviously get this as a flying mount? It's like one of the hardest flying mounts to get. Because you gotta put so much effort into getting it. It's like an achievement reward. What was the conditions for getting it again? I know it's something really long and drawn out. Rolling Byron's gather no moss. Brian's. Ian is fretting over a runaway creation. Excuse me, but but have you a moment? I am in search of a runaway creation and need an extra set of hands to assist in its apprehension. I had been keeping such a close watch on the thing, and it had been so well behaved. I thought I could rest my eyes for a second. When I looked up, though, poof, gone, just like that. Please, won't you help me find it? I'll make it worth your while, I promise. Thank you. I'll continue to search in this vicinity. It's like the creature scampered off further afield. When I scour the area, might you explore the eastern of the Rumination's ramble? Yes, I should probably tell you that the creature we're looking for, we call it Breon, steedkin that bears a passing resemblance to a moss bloom. It will wither and perish without water, or become an overgrown monstrosity with too much. Keeping it hydrated is a delicate balancing act. If the creature has fallen into the river, it will be, suffice to say, too big to carry on one's own. Should you find it submerged in a body of water, try to remove as much moisture as you can. That ought to shrink it somewhat. Use this drying agent on it to drain the sodden sop. If it begins to rave at you or act in any way rampageous, subdue it and capture it with this etheric rope. So I'm going to have to do both of those things. Soak up the water and then kick its ass. And look at that, it's at a river. One of them peapod things. Merp, merp, merp. You've spotted an overgrown creation resembling a purpur. It's likely that Baron you are in search of. Use the drying agent to remove some of its excess moisture. A concoction capable of turning anything into a desiccated husk. Swallowing it would be a terrible idea. If you want to become a mummy, swallow that. And it didn't like it. Get in the bag. Well, I've dwindled the quests down. 4 to go. But again, 2 of them are Aether current quests. Nothing in my neck of the woods. I'm sorry to report. Did you have any luck? Watching this poor Baron struggle weakly against its bindings certainly tugs at the heartstrings. Oh well, better it than you, right? You found it. Just as I suspected, thrashing about in Rumination's Ramble. Naughty thing. So you had to subdue it, I take it. Goodness, it certainly put you through the mill. At least you do not seem too badly wounded, and nor does it. The Baron has the remarkable ability to predict precipitation and rainfall. If you see it shaking its leaves, you know the rain's on its way. That's why we created it in the first place, to provide those in the wetlands a method by which they might prepare for sudden storms. Unfortunately, as we have discovered, it becomes absolutely enormous when exposed to liquid in large quantities, rendering them rather dangerous in humid areas. Ah well, back to the drawing board. Really? You're just gonna erase it like that, are you? Anyway, thank you for locating this little rascal, or rather large rascal as the case may be. I know not whose familiar you are, but you were a tremendous help. Here, for your pains. What do you want? What do you need? Tell me your woes. The Abyss Stares Back. Ooh. That's a nice quest title. Pericles is in need of a temporary research assistant. Still no reaction. Oh, green chicken. I just noticed the green chicken. Green chicken right here. Still no reaction. What exactly are we supposed to try now? Ah, perfect. A familiar. I'm on the observation team for a new kind of bird. It's giving us some trouble. It won't move or react at all no matter what anyone does to it. Could you maybe give it a try? But I can get a reaction. I certainly hope so. And I've got something for you if you succeed. We have a specialist in avian species working with the creation in question. And he can help you with the particulars. You'll find them by the towering structure northeast of our settlement here. What about the green chicken? What about the green chicken? Don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around. Son of a... I would go the long way. Ow, it's a one of them. The bird bears an uncanny resemblance to a shoebill. It doesn't acknowledge your existence. You were sent to help us get this fellow's attention, yes? Then let's get you two acquainted. This here is Abyss, so named for the way it seems to just stare off into the abyss. One of our colleagues found it perched on a Melanian's antler and brought it in for closer study. Off to bed. Catch you later, Lou. Yeah, the maintenance starts at like 2 o'clock in the morning, doesn't finish till 10. Squashing some bugs and that. There's probably going to be a patch tomorrow. In fact, there is a patch tomorrow, isn't there? Because the raid drops. I think. Anyway, have a good one, Lou. One of our colleagues found it. That's everything we know. We have no idea where it came from, who made it, or even what it really is. Huh. We'll be taking it to get Jasix Hyperborea eventually, but we want to get some notes on it first, namely on how it reacts to external stimuli. The Abyss has yet to acknowledge any of us, but maybe you can get a reaction out of it, seeing as you're familiar. Why don't you try giving it a pet to start with? I'll give it a swift kick. Off the edge. Pet. 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 Mrs. doesn't seem to notice you touching it and continues to stare into the distance. Nothing like some great thinker lost in a meditative trance. How about giving it a poke? Poke, where's poke? This doesn't acknowledge your prodding. No good. I'm all out of ideas unless you want to try giving it a hug. Hug. For a brief moment, you could have sworn the Mrs. glanced at you, eyes narrowed in irritation. Still nothing. Too bad, really. Actually, I think it moved. What did it do? I can't believe I missed it. Perhaps the Abyss only responds to signs of affection. As such, I'll need you to help us experiment a bit more. We've run dozens of tests, each with a different expression of love. Nope. No. Well, I suppose you have other duties to attend to. Still, I'm thrilled we got a reaction out of him. Thank you. Please give Berkeley's my regards when you go to collect your reward. Yeah, you have fun with that. That thing's gonna kill you the second you give it another hug or something. Have fun. I'm out. Hey, Newton, how you doing? Do. So, what was the deal with the chicken? Such a random green chicken here. My associate said you were incredibly helpful. You have his thanks as well as mine. What did you think of the Abyss? Strangely enthralling, isn't it? With those penetrating eyes that seem to stare right into your very core. It almost feels like it's studying us as much as we're studying it. have to wonder who made it and for what purpose. I'll have to consult with Vinar. If anyone would know aught of this creation, it's her. And before I forget, here's your reward for your work, for today's work. It goes well. I think these are the last ones for this map. I'm nearing the end of this map, I think. Keycat. Little Keycat. Should you choose to undertake this quest, know that guidance from the journal, duty list and map will be limited. You will need to read the text carefully and decipher the clues to determine your course of action. I'll do that anyway. I read everything. Familiar versus familiar. Ooh. Familiar versus familiar. Arenia is hoping to conduct a test. Cat fight. Can you spare a moment, familiar? I'd like to gauge my own familiar's capabilities against yours. Oh my god, Pokemon battle. See this one's big blue eyes? They're especially sensitive to ethereal emissions. I think this is just hinting to the mini game in the gold saucer. Which is like a strategy-based game where you command your minions around a little field. And your objective is like destroy the enemy's crystals. And once you destroy them, you can attack them directly to diminish their health. As part of my testing, I propose a race between the two of you. I've imbued Gamelia Bloom with a unique trace of ether. Whoever finds it first is the winner. I suppose it won't be much of a contest unless you can see the ether as well, so I'll lend you a crystal which will allow you to detect its presence. If the flower is nearby when you use it, the crystal will emit a brilliant light. The further you are from your prize, the less dazzling its glow will be. Let me know if you require further instruction. Now, let the competition begin. The destination for this object will not be displayed. Use your guiding crystal, so it's like the ether compass, to pinpoint the location of the Gamelia Bloom. I'll put it there temporarily for now. Crystal glimmers warmly. The flower isn't here, but you may be on the right track. Okay. Why did that happen? Damn it. Flower isn't here, but you may be on the right track. Okay. It's just the same thing. That is not helpful. I've ran all the way south and it's just saying the same thing. And how far of an area have I got to cover? Is it like throughout this entire area? Or is it just on this plateau? Ah, crystal twinkles only faintly. Where could that flower be? I'm confused as all hell. That's making me think it's somewhere to the west. Ah, what'd that say there? Crystal glimmers warmly, the flowers and the abbey may be on the right track. Right, okay, so I think it's somewhere to the west. I'm confused. This quest is annoying. It's taking time. Ah, crystal shines brilliantly. The flower must be nearby. Where? Ah. It's mine! Stupid cat. You're not having it. I win. The cat probably just went for a nap somewhere. I saw that Bleach teaser announcement. Still a long wait though, it's not until October next year. So it's a long wait. And it's only one arc, so I don't think it's going to be a whole lot of episodes. Oh, no, that's not the right person. That was certainly quick. Did you really find the bloom already? This delicate bloom has been imbued with a specific trace of ether. Incredible, I've never seen such a talented familiar. Speaking of which, mine seems to have been distracted. I suppose that's only natural considering its feline traits, but it honestly seems more like a pet than a proper familiar at times. Well then, I believe you deserve a reward for your victory, and for your assistance with my testing. Please be sure to convey my gratitude to your master as well.
Nobody's my master.
Right, that just leaves the Aether quests. An expected guest. Myra appears to be mildly perturbed. Well, this is a pickle. Whatever am I to... Please tell me you're here to deliver a message from Cleon. You are a familiar, yes? Every single interaction with someone here is, you're a familiar, aren't you? Wait, are you familiar? Who's familiar are you? Not just, hey, how you doing? How's it going, buddy? As I'm just familiar. Oh, and I do like the name Jasix. But if you belong to Azim, then what has become of our visitor from Amarot? It was meant to arrive some time ago. Our wildlife subjects are accustomed to the presence of long-term observers. When someone from outside of Elpis comes to visit, the reactions can be somewhat unpredictable and occasionally violent. Would you be so kind as to track down Cleon and see that no harm has befallen him? Visitors don't wear masks, so he should be easy to spot. And if you do happen to find him in the process of being mauled, you have my permission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first. Okay. I shall kill whatever stands in my way. You're under attack. Thank you for taking the initiative. I wasn't sure about the etiquette of destroying a creature under observation. I'm Cleon, recently arrived from Amarot. I assume Maria sent you to fetch me? I see. Well, we have best not keep her waiting any longer. Fear not, I will avoid upsetting any more of the local inhabitants. This is gonna be a multi-stage one. I bet you they both are. This one should make us level 81 with me paladin. Ooh. Jasix, thank you for seeing to the safety of our guest. Indeed, my hesitancy to act would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to shield me. And I'm certainly glad that he was. Now, shall we proceed to the business of the day? I believe you had some concerns regarding your personal creations. Yes. An embarrassingly as it is to admit, I was worried that the concepts I registered with the Bureau of Architect may not be fit for release into the wild. Oh, you needn't feel embarrassed. You wouldn't be the first visitor we've had who's expressed difficulty in helping their children leave the nest. We can look into them right now if you'd like. I should like that very much, but I do have one request. When you swooped in to rescue me from that beast, I was treated to an impressive display of battle prowess. And an entity with your strength and instinct would be the perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. I must insist you join us. Nenny? What a fascinating notion. Yes, I quite agree with your assessment. Then we all go together. Whenever you're ready, Jasix. I don't want to go. I got shit to do. Damn you, moldy pot! I'm a level up. I'm a real boy. Thank you for your continued assistance. I want it. A better Batracoy? Cleon looks at you expectantly. Thank you for agreeing to accompany us, Jasix. Shall we? Certainly. Now, what was the name of your creation again? Batracoy. Delightful roly-poly pudding of a thing. Ah, yes. One over at Rumination's Ramble. My brother, Alcos, is in charge of tending to it. Right this way, if you please. Where are we going? Oh, to the opposite side. Ah, the Marlborough that's got a hold of him. Ah, no, it's not. Never mind. Surprised there's not a quest here. Oh, the frog. So you created that. There's my beloved Batchcoy. Did he miss me, I wonder? This is my brother, Alcaios. He might seem a tad gruff, but don't be fooled, there's a few more gentle or kinder than him. You must be Jasix. Myra has told me so much about you in an impressively short span of time. As you have likely already deduced, I am her brother, Alcaios. And you are Cleon, yes? The architect of the Batracoi, as you call them? Yes, I am. You think them ready for release? I would so love to see their endearing rotund forms bouncing around free in the wild. Oh, don't worry, they do. Or they escape anyway when shit hits the fan. I've completed my reports for the main evaluation criteria. The final decision will be made after a committee discusses the results. But based upon my personal observations, no, they are not ready. No? And might I ask why? Jasix, would you be so kind as to give this Batracoi a solid poke? The creatures lack the familiarity with you will help prove my point. Is this going to be the whole concept that whenever people get close to them, they like pull you in with that tongue? And poke. Burr. You see, no response to external stimuli. Creature is far too placid. Well, it isn't in my time. You get too close, it grabs you with its tongue and pulls you over to it. It immediately performs an AoE. What was the concept behind the Batskoy? A defender of water sources? In its current incarnation, it has neither the instinct nor the means to defend itself, much less fend off entities intent upon fouling the waterways. I cannot in good conscience certify a subject so poorly equipped to carry out its intended purpose. In fact, I suggest you redesign your concept entirely. Thank you for your candour. And I was so invested in this darling ball of pudgy flesh. Such a pity. Jasix, as Azim's familiar, you must have seen your fair share of the world and its inhabitants. Without altering its physical form, what do you think the Batskoy could do to become a more effective guardian? Its tongue. There you go. It could use its tongue to grapple opponents. So I'm the one that made them come up with this design. I'm to blame for all those frogs in my world, in my time, that grab a hold of us, pull us in, and does an AoE. I made them do this in the past. Brilliant. What an innovative mind you have, Jasix. Yes, that may suffice. The introduction of it. This is why I like doing the side quests while I'm doing the story rather than coming back to them later. The introduction of an effective offensive measure could very well tip the scales towards a favourable judgment. Truly? Then I shall modify the concept at once. May I bind this one and take it home with me? Once I've finished making the necessary adjustments, I'll resubmit my request for observation and evaluation. Of course, you're free to do as you wish. I'll make a note of it in my logs. Get in the bag. I sense your suggestion was based on personal experience. Most valuable source of wisdom. Damn right, it's from personal experience. Well done, Jasix. What a helpful familiar you are. Cleon seems so very pleased. Thank you for your creative assistance, Jasix. I knew bringing you along would be a good idea. I almost wish I could have you as my own familiar. It's a shame Azim hasn't published your concept for the world to see. But seeing as you are here now, would you mind lending me your talents a while longer? No! There is one other creation of mine that I feel may benefit from your unique perspective, so I'm going to help him create something else. That's a pain in the arse. Meekly majestic. Cleon hopes to retain your company a while longer. I've already done it. I've already done a side quest with that. There was a guy couldn't decide on a name for it, so I helped him come up with a name. I'm responsible. I helped spark the idea that became Cactua, as well as the elephant race, the Arcasadoras. You've chosen to stay them? Wonderful. I realise we've only just met, but I feel such a bond with you, Jasix. There is one more concept I need to finalise, and I could think of no other entity I would rather have at my side during these ever so worrisome evaluations. You have my Io? Io? What? You have my Io somewhere nearby, don't you, Alcaz? Yes, Myra keeps that one under her watchful eye. Is that the one that you lost? But I don't know the spot where it usually roams. Come along. We need to cross the stream here. So, did he create the peapod thing? That would be interesting if one of the side quests is related to the Moogle. Ah, I don't see my IO anywhere. Now that I'm looking at that name, it might be. Which seems impossible considering how big she is. Well, that's strange. Big? So it's something big. It's not a Moogle. Unless it's King Moogle. The original King Moogle. How odd. This is where it usually spends the greater part of its days. Yes, she's never strays... They're saying it's a she. She never strays far from this spot. Perhaps the scent of unfamiliar visitors has made her wary. Let's split up and try to find her, being a shaggy four-legged beast with rather majestic horns. Behemoth. Behemoth. Calling it now. Behemoth. Oh, is it just one of these antler dudes? What the fuck is that? That ain't a behemoth. You find a shaggy four-legged beast, and the horns really are rather majestic. This must be the Io. Oi, Ioi, Io. Io. Yo. Io. Ah, there she is, the naughty thing. Nicely tracked, Jasix. Hello, my lovely. Come to Myra now. Nope. Well, would you look at that? I think she's taking a liking to you, Jasix. I don't want it. And I see that Cleon has a liking for stout and stocky designs. Yes, the heftier the better. The Io is one of my favourites, round and robust and bristling with spiky protrusions. A truly powerful beast. I envisioned her dominating any habitat she entered. What do you think? She's certainly an imposing specimen. Its physical strength is readily apparent, yes, but more than muscle is needed to dominate a territory. The creature's field of vision is obscured. I'm guessing this is the concept for Behemoth. Is obscured by that mass of wiry hair and curling horns, preventing effective use of its natural weaponry. in the wild, being unable to hunt and catch prey in a consistent manner, culminates in a slow death by starvation. It is our recommendation that you redesign the eye as a grass grazer and resubmit the concept as a candidate for livestock. Livestock. Surprisingly, he is susceptible to nutritional deficiencies, and we must administer regular ethereal supplements to appear to have gained its trust. Would you mind doing the honours? You needn't convince it to eat anything, simply splash the creature with this solution. Poor thing. It can't fend for itself because of the way it was created. A healthy dose of ether-rich energy, not to be administered orally. An ethereal supplement is absorbed into the eye's body. Although difficult to tell, you think the eye looks somewhat healthier. Supplemental ether is absolutely essential for such a poor hunter. We wouldn't want it to collapse now, would we? Such a good-natured creature, which is a large portion of the problem, I'm afraid. Thank you for tending to my creation, Jasix. I would likely thrive as a livestock animal, but I did so dearly want her to become an apex predator. Ah, maybe there's still hope. You have an eye for these things. No! Could you offer more of your insightful suggestions? This will be the last one. It's gotta be. Unleash the beast. I think it is. Cleon once more fixes you with an expectant gaze. Please, Jasix, I have need of your worldly experience. My darling hulking eye, she was meant for more than grazing in the fields. I think this is going to be behemoth. Will you look her over and tell me what must be done? How can I transform her from potential livestock to apex predator? Upon closer inspection, you can't shake the feeling that you've fought similar beasts before. Such magnificent horns, rendered all but useless by the creature's poor field of vision. The eye's monstrous claws seem capable of tearing a man limb from limb. Even with the eye's limited vision, one swing of its muscular tail would be enough to shatter bones. But for the true dominance, the beast will need something more, something overwhelming. I've got it! Eureka! What say you? How can we enhance the deadliness of my creation? Ah, there it is. An apex predator should wield apex magics. Something like Meteor, for example. Yeah, it's Behemoth. Yes. Deceptively simple, but devastatingly effective. I can already picture it. Alkaus. Myra. Will you permit me to implement some new ideas? Jasix have given me much to think about. Strictly speaking, any significant adjustments should be authorized by the Bureau of Architect, but I think we can allow some temporary modifications for the purpose of experimentation. That sounds more than fair, thank you. If you could spare a few more moments, I shall take my creation and return with a new and improved eye. Here comes the Behemoth. Or is it just going to end here? You make me wonder, Jasix. Are you truly a familiar? Your thoughts, your behaviours, they resemble ours far too closely. That's because I'm a fraction of one of yours. After living for years on end, our creativity tends to stagnate, I feel. Your revelation comes as such a welcome breath of fresh air. Bam, bam. Jan has been gone for more than a few moments. How extensive could these changes of his possibly be? Oh, wait till you see. It's done. And thus, Behemoth is born. Cleon, you've certainly been busy, haven't you? Jasix's advice began the process, and then it became difficult to stop. After pruning back the horns and hair, I reinforced the talons, then moved on to arcane ability. She can now cast Meteor as well as Carbidus. Surely now my eye stands at the pinnacle of predators. Oh, it does. In all my time as an observer, I have seen many a creation, but this concept ranks in the highest echelons. The strength inherent in your eye is more than sufficient to ensure its domination. Wonderful. Then I shall submit my refinements to the Bureau at once, but I think perhaps this new incarnation requires a new name. And I'm the one that names this. Yay, I'm responsible for the creation of Behemoth. And I know just the familiar to bestow it. Jasix, have you a fitting title for this glorious creation? Queen Behemoth. Behemoth seems apt. Ah, perfect. So it shall be known, at least for now. I still need to submit the official registration. And now the time has come for me to return to Amarat. I've decided that my next creation will be more of a companion, a pet, if you will, suitable for the amusement of children and very clever familiars. Moogle? I'm gonna guess that Moogle? Oh. Come on, someone's gotta come up with a concept for Chocobo. There's gotta be a side quest here referencing the Chocobos. Come on. They're like Final Fantasy staple. Unless... Huh. No, couldn't be. I wonder if every Chocobo is a fraction of Argos. No, because Argos is fine, he's on the moon in our time. Thank you all again for this most productive visit. I hope I might impose upon you again soon. Now, go here. We always enjoy hosting visitors with such enthusiasm for their work. Yes, and we very much look forward to observing your future concepts. Well, brother, Jasix, shall we head back to fighting Icus? Well, guess that's the end of that one. Better be. That just leaves one more. I've got to hurry because the game's closing for maintenance at 2. At least get these side quests done, so then tomorrow it'll probably just be a case of cracking on with the rest of the story in this area, because I don't think there's going to be any more side quests in this area after these. Yeah, 2 o'clock my time, it's going to shut down. Yep. Maintenance will be performed on all worlds December 21st. 2 to 10 GMT. I've got an hour and 15 minutes. You did well, Jasix. What a wonderful help you were with our visitor, Jasix. Even for a familiar of Azim, I cannot help but be impressed by your intelligence and unique sense of creativity. I wholeheartedly agree. Your intervention salvaged some promising but unfortunately flawed creations. You have our gratitude, for I am responsible for the death of millions. Yay. I'm responsible for Behemoth, the one thing that killed so many people. Yeah, in Realm Reborn, the first part of Final Fantasy XIV, Behemoth was a fate, an area-wide, like a quest that pops up on the map that anyone can just run along and join in on. And basically, when it casts Meteor, if you're in the area of effect, it just wipes you out. And back in the Realm Reborn days, there used to just be bodies littered everywhere. There was that many people doing this quest that the game couldn't even load everybody on screen because there was that many people. So it would just be corpses everywhere whenever he cast a meteor if he got hit by it. You have our gratitude for providing us with such a fascinating experience. Oh, Icus, must you always be so formal? Although he has trouble expressing it, I assure you, my brother is absolutely giddy with joy. Thank you again, Jasix. While I'm sure your duties as a familiar keep you occupied, we would very much welcome another chance to share your company. Now! Don't nod. Fuck! I don't think I'm getting done before 2. Is there a Moogle companion? What do you mean? There's Moogles in the game. Do you mean like me little minion? Alright, there is. But only if you bought an item. I think it was a Moogle plushie. You had to buy off the Square Enix shop. You can't get them in-game. It's one of the few minions that you have to pay for. Like this minion here that I've got, Naming Way. The little adventurous book-reading minion. You get him from one of the Final Fantasy XIV books that I've showed a few times. Methods of mourning. Really? I'm gonna be responsible for the method of giving prayer to people as well. Really? Myra and her brother look set to leave on an errand of some kind. Now the fact that I'm getting the option between pain tells me that this is the last one. Hopefully. Tell me, Jasix, have you seen much of Agnoros's? I have indeed. I've been everywhere. We don't need to go anywhere. Bye. Ah, so you've met Overseer Sorensen. He sent my brother a request for aid, and we were just on our way to render our assistance. You're welcome to come along if you'd like. You may be interested to witness the duty which lies ahead. And we're going to finally witness someone returning to the store. Come along, we mustn't keep the Overseer waiting. Nanny? Alright, that. I've already done that quest. It's weird that that's the one quest where you actually can see the person running around with people. Normally when you get a quest for an NPC to follow you, only you can see it. But there's a one in this area where everyone can see it, so if like a bunch of people accept that quest at the same time, there's like a million versions of that same NPC running around. Wait, are you guys on? Are you all the way back here? Yeah, the maintenance is from 2 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock in the morning because the raid for this expansion gets released tomorrow. Or today. Jasix? You're acquainted with Alcus and his sister, I see. I've not crossed over to this island sometime. There's only one reason they would ask for me by name. Alcaeus, Myra, and Jasix as well. Welcome, all of you. A summons from you can only mean one thing. There's been an incident. Yes, the Lycans went into a frenzy and more than a few of our observational projects were prematurely ended. We began the sending rites, of course, but the task is burdensome for so few. Thus did I hope to secure your particular expertise. Oh, you wouldn't be aware of the practice, would you, Jasix? Here in Elpis, we expedite the ethereal dissipation of the deceased by employing time magics. Oh, these guys use time magic. Is that a hint? Next expansion's finally going to have time mage. The decay of the corporeal remains is accelerated and absorbed back into the ground upon which we stand. As you may have guessed, the manipulation of time is Alcaeus' specialty. Hello. Whenever so hang on. So he can manipulate time. Hey buddy, wanna help? Could use your help. Whenever some unexpected event results in mass loss of creations, it is him to whom they turn. That we do. Nevertheless, I do regret tearing you away from your important work. We've prepared a site to the southwest, so if you'd follow me, we can put this unpleasant business behind us in a short order. Do 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 do. You saw nothing, unicorn. Begone. Wow, this creation seems to have no luck at all. The amount of times I've come along for a quest and there's just a bunch of these lying on the floor dead. The Overseer and I moved the bodies here, away from the site of violence. It's easier this way. When you research such an eclectic collection of wildlife, it's almost inevitable that some of them will meet a sudden and unanticipated demise. Occupants. This is them, the occupants, which fell victim to the Lycanos. This is the ones that were like lying dead earlier in the game. They were still being evaluated, yes, the poor things. They barely had a chance to fulfill their design. Their flesh and bones will return to the land. We will ensure that their existence was not in vain. Seeing life taken mid-purpose can be distressing. Have you witnessed such events before, Jasix? Tell me, how do you express yourself at these times? Oh my god, we are now responsible for the prayer that everyone does in our time as well. By making a grave or cairn for the deceased. Lemia lilies? Well, maybe they already do that, is there? There is a watcher of celestial bodies and the goddess of fate. She commands the element of water and is associated with fourth moon of the Eorzean calendar. Nemia is the younger sister of... Wait a minute, are we responsible for the creation of one of the 12? Could be. Her symbol is the spinning wheel. She is most often depicted as the weaver donning the white skin. Okay, that's... What about the flower? Nemia lily. The flower ornament plant said to be beloved by near the spinner. Okay. Huh. By making a grave or cairn for the deceased. A physical reminder of the life that was. An interesting sentiment, but if we practiced such a custom in Elpis, we would eventually run out of places to put them. I do like the idea of a tangible offering though, like a final gift or a friend. What about something organic which would decompose alongside the remains, say a bouquet of flowers? Come with me, Jasix. You can help me gather something suitable. So, okay, if I'd suggested the flowers, I'm responsible for that tradition. Guess these flowers that we're gonna pick will have a interesting description. Now, go away. Yeah, here they are. These pink flowers here. Here, I made some flowers of our own. Even those fashioned directly of ether tend to sprout with more life and colour when you grow them in the soil. Pick yourself a handful and we'll take them back to the Overseer. No. Yeah, I was gonna say, they're the ones, them. I do remember there being a side quest way back in Realm Reborn, I think. When you met Sid. A beautiful and ancient predecessor to the modern lily. Oh, I'll be just fine by myself, but it's sweet of you to worry. I'll pick a few more of these Krunoi, then join you in a little while. We've finished with helping Myra. It isn't safe to wander alone. Your thought process truly is amazing. Where did you encounter these notions that have never even occurred to us? Myra's creations were acceptable, I trust. My apologies. I may have gotten a little carried away with the flowers. Not at all, Myra. Your efforts is much appreciated. Alcaeus, if you would be so kind. Nah, so they do that anyway. Vessels within which life once flowed, cheated of purpose, stilled and cold, unto the land you now return, the fuel upon which new life shall burn. That was a beautiful service. I like to think it brought some joy to their departed souls, much as one feels when receiving a thoughtful gift. Yes, the flowers were the perfect addition. How fortunate that we are to have this knowledgeable familiar at our midst. In our midst. Yes, the right choice there was the flowers. We must return to commit this event to parchment while it remains fresh in our minds. Potential shift in our traditions is a historical moment worth recording. Yeah, so we made a tradition for them to put flowers at people at their graves. Thank you again, Alcaeus. We are ever grateful for your calming presence. And our thanks to you, Myra and Jasix, not only for attending, but also elevating the proceedings. Yes, you've contributed more than enough. Allow us to take care of the tedious administrative details. We hope to see you again soon, Jasix. It is time we were headed back ourselves, dear sister. As you say, please, Jasix, join us back in Poyton August. Oi! Cuss. Oi, oi! Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. That was a different kind of service. I think, yes, we might consider some changes. Da, 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 da. Na, 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 na. What a fortuitous turn of events that you were present when we received the summons diagnosis. As time marches on, we encounter fewer and fewer of these truly new experiences. Yet ever since you appeared, it's been one surprise after another. I suppose we should expect nothing less from one of Azim's creations. And now we have these precious few ideas and perspectives to apply to our duties moving forward. Speaking of which, we really must return to our work. Be well, Jasix, and thank you. May our purpose, or simply our paths, align again in the future. Bye-bye. And with that, we are done. Hooray! There's just one more to go. Do do do. The perks of being a lost flower. I wish I knew how many quests, how many parts this one is. Might have a quick look. If I can get it done tonight, hopefully. So then when I come on tomorrow, I can just get on with the next bit of story. Da, 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 da. How can I get a list of just general side quests? Right, so what's this one called? The perks of being a lost flower. I think this one's just one. I think. Yeah, I think this is just one. I can't see whether it changes to another quest. I can't tell. I can't find, like, just a side quest list. Side quests. Oh god, this isn't helpful. Here, let's do NY main scenario now. I don't want main scenario, I want side quest. Great, we'll just see what happens. Let's see, so the perks of being a lost flower. The academia student wears an expression of concern as she scans the horizon. You're a visitor too, aren't you? Perhaps you might be willing to help me. Then, did you happen to see a blue-haired woman in the area? She wouldn't have been wearing a mask. I see. She and I are students of the Academia and we intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis together. We were just on our way when she realized she forgot something back in Agnosis, and so she rang back. And that was the last I saw of her. She can be a bit, how shall I put it, scatterbrained. She may well have simply got lost on her way back. I would rather not search for her myself. What if she comes back while I'm away? So it's too much trouble. Perhaps she would be so kind as to look for her. Like us, we won't be wearing a mask, and so I should stand out too much. There's a message for people to log out. I mean, it says maintenance doesn't start till 2, so what time are they actually shutting down? It just says log out. Please log out before maintenance begins. Rush. Mush. Blue-haired student. Yes, can I help you? Oh wait, do you need directions somewhere? Not to be rude, but I beg of you, ask someone else. I happen to be lost myself. What was that? A woman asked you to come and find me? That would be my friend, no doubt. How embarrassing. I'd hoped to keep this hopeless, directionless side of myself under wraps. I feel terrible leaving her like that, but I'd clean forgotten to ask a task from one of my professors. I rushed back to collect the item I was asked for, which I found, thankfully, but got rather turned around when attempting to return. But don't worry about me, I'll just be fine on my own. Now, if I'm right, following this road east will lead me to a teleporter, I think. I mean, I know. Are you sure you're going to be alright on your own? Ow. I have business with your friend anyway. I can escort you. You mean it, truly? Well, that is, I mean, if you're heading in that direction anyway, I don't see why I shouldn't tag along. Please, after you. You son of a... I've got to walk all the way there. If I'm able to get as far as the teleporter that connects to Point and Icos, I should be able to make the remainder of the trip on my own. Now then, would you mind? You son of a dingy. Keep up. Time is ticking. There's logout warnings being given. Can I sprint? That's right, run lady, run! Don't mind the monsters, just run! Like I say, don't mind the monsters, just keep running, just keep go. Ow! Just keep going. Now, don't lock onto it, go! Right, one teleporter at your service. Go, 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 go. Ow. I mean... What a relief it is to see a familiar sight. I should be alright without you now. After all, it's just a straight shot from here to Panathinaikos. Goodness. The earful I'm going to get from my friend. I've kept her waiting far too long. Well, I really should hurry. Here's an explanation and a heartfelt apology. Don't come see us, though. I would like to thank you properly. Even before she still got lost. I got the feeling she got lost again, and I'm gonna have to find her a second time. Now, this headset's... Why does every headset have that same problem? Like that shitty material that they use on the earpieces always crumbles and fades away. One of my favourite headsets I had years ago, a Logitech headset, had that problem, and it just got everywhere. Just tiny flakes would come off of it at a time, and it just ended up everywhere. She made it. I should have been upfront with my friend and simply told her why I went back. My blasted pride so often gets in the way. Thank you for your help. Truth be told, when my friend first dashed off, I had assumed it was because she forgot an assignment from Metron. Lo and behold, I was right. We are studying at the word Metron in Academia Anda, learning all we can about endangering of aquatic life from the self-same master. Or engendering. Honestly though, I've no idea why Metron would ask me to procure a flower of all things, and one that is still undergoing testing in Elpis. It's very beautiful, yes, but what has it to do with its theology? Well, nothing, but that's the point, surely. It must be intended as a present, one meant for Longriff. Metron is hopelessly enamored, as we all well know. We do? This is certainly news to me, though now that you mention it, I suppose I have seen sparks between them. I wonder why I never noticed it before. That settles us. We need to hurry back and begin an in-depth observation of their romantic entanglements. I can't believe I've wasted all this valuable research. Time lost. Valuable research time lost amongst the trees, and I would have wasted even more if not for you, good sir. Now that my friend and I are together again, we can go back to the Academia and deliver the flower to Metron before it wilts. Before we run off, a reward. You certainly deserve it. I'm free! I'm free! So tomorrow when I log on, I can just do some story. Yeah. I think every quest in this area is now done, so it will just be quite a bit of story tomorrow, thankfully. Every side quest in this area pretty much got my paladin one level in a bit. Great. And with that, we are done. Ooh, yay. Quite a bit of progress today. Quite a lot of side quests in this area. But done. Yes, I'm going to call that there for tonight, guys. Thanks for sticking around. And yeah, I shall be back again tomorrow with some more Final 14. Have a good night, guys. And I'll see you again later. Peace.